Yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Let's go.
Stream elements. Chatted.
Yo, tapusin na natin tong Tales.
Something feels odd here.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit? The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris House has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the Lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Is everything okay?
Let's
You look
go,
a little
let's-
lost.
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Dahnan. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it!
Go.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Yep.
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective. So...
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, They're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So, why couldn't he extend that to us, Dan?
Go.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but
Ridiculous.
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganeth Heros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
Go.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfried Milgras, the former Lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Han-freaked whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming Sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegus?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegus from the Motherland, Sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelegion, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Do?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait, don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Dohalim.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagin. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagin. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait. Don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Dahnans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah? It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say... thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Damn it! Lenegis soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Ho! I am Lord Dohalim of Elder Menancia. I command you.
Rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed enough. If they want to fight, they've got one.
Split it open!
Be my guest.
You'll soon see about that.
We're not finished!
Pierce evil.
You picked the wrong fight.
Take this!
Not in your dreams. I never miss.
I'm ready! Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
Glacial spear.
Denied!
Pierce evil.
This armor won't save you!
Radiant Lancer. I'm on
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Sakmadeku.
Yeah, they weren't
Chatted.
big talkers, that's for sure. They just
Yo,
attacked
what's up,
without
Deku?
warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed
Nag-stream
by
ka pa ba?
Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more.
What's up? What's up?
And yet,
Welcome to the stream.
traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much
Sakmadeku.
else.
Their
Chatted.
glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves
Nag-stream
we
mo ba,
met
Lala?
back in Ganath
Hindi ko
Heros.
nakita.
The ones in blind
No,
devotion to
LBC.
Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
Sakmadeku.
What with the Red Woman,
Chatted.
the Sovereign, and Volron,
Sakmadeku.
we're starting to develop quite a
Chatted.
growing list of
Tangina.
adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Hindi ko nakita eh. Ewan ko ba't di nag-pop up sa akin. Di nag-pop up. Tingin.
Sakmadeku. Chatted. Sakmadeku. Chatted.
Seryoso.
Sakmadeku. Chatted.
Sige lang. Ingat.
Gotta break through!
Healing art! Raging Cascade!
Double Demon Fang!
These ones can run rings around us!
Eternal Devastation!
Weak now!
Leave the ensnarer to me. Yeah, and the pummeling to me.
Try this!
Now!
Here I come! Prepare to be Severing Wind!
Lightning orb! Glacial speed!
Bloody
Freeze louder!
You picked the wrong fight!
Take this.
Double Demon Fang! I'm ready!
Blow them away.
Sighted!
Here I come! Sword Rain Alpha!
More where that came from!
Blade!
Thunder Field!
Megasonic Thrust! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Bloody Illuminate the portal! Come forth, holy
Now you
river!
see what I can do.
Holy river!
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis!
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Discourteous, aren't you? Benediction
Sleep
light.
now.
Dragon Form!
No heart is being interrupted.
Rising Wyvern!
I think I'll pass up the race.
Rising Wyvern!
Bloody howling! My heart sealed!
Double Demon Fang! You picked the wrong
So,
fight!
Where are you going? Holy land!
Sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me.
Take
Not
this!
on my watch!
Anything in armor is all mine.
Blow away!
Now you see what I can do.
Eternal Devastation!
Lunar Corrupt Lightning Orb!
Destruction!
Ready to go!
Captivity.
You're mine! Rising Wyvern! You're on!
Holy land! Into the shadows!
Here! Now! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Go! You take it!
Double Demon Fang! Rising Wave!
The close one! Illuminate the dark!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Healing circle!
Ready? Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
It's go time.
Double Demon Fang!
This one's mine! Like Air
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Gus! I'll leave it to you!
Further.
Stay away from my friend! You're on! Megasonic
This
Thrust!
one's mine!
Ha! Eat this!
More where that
I'll
came from!
smash you!
Light Raging Cascade! Confiscated!
Here I come! No escape!
Wind Axle Energy!
Blow away!
This is the way of healing!
Double Demon Fang! I'll burn it all! Ah! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Here, let me
Moral
go!
Blade!
Raging
Here!
Cascade!
Sonic Claw!
Lunar Breath!
Here I come!
Raging Cascade!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Lightning Raging Cascade! Breath! Get into the wind! And here!
Ah!
Blood.
There!
I'll
You picked the wrong job!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
That took more energy than I expected.
Go.
Won't forgive you!
Take down their defenses! Can't get out of this!
That's my deal!
Armor won't save you! Shut him down!
This one's got your name on it!
Now!
Here now! Where are you going? Not on my watch!
It's on! Not today!
Here! Come on! Here! I'll be safe!
Too fast! Stand back! Shut it up!
Light energy! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Not again! Can you take Eternal devastation! Hold that! Take this! We're not dead! Eternal devastation! In a vine? Go for it! Jason!
Here goes!
Take this!
Raging tornado! In your dreams!
It's over! Catapult! You're mine! Move escape!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! I can feel my power growing! Retreat if you know what's good for you! Now you'll learn! This one's all mine!
Denied!
I won't show you any mercy! You got spirit! Demon Fang!
I never miss!
Double Demon Fang!
I'll be seeing Mega Ray! Raging Storm! Where was that hit?
Damn it, finish! No further!
Lunar Blast!
Eternal devastation!
Now, Zoeline! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
Lightning Condemned! Lunar Blast!
Come on!
Gemini Aura! Come forward!
Take this!
Party line! Reload!
Take this! Eternal devastation! This one's all mine!
Not far enough! Back into the fray! Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Well then, let's keep moving. Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Go no further!
Take this!
Here I go!
Eat dirt!
One more!
Benediction light!
Raging Storm! Pierce the
Double Demon Fang! Time to cross blade! You're mine! No escape!
Thanks, Kisara!
No further! No escape!
Where are you going?
Rising up! Eternal devastation!
Shattering the pieces!
There! Everlasting sun! It's on! Soaring cloud! Burn in hell! No dawn shall break this night!
Leave the torture to me! Far enough!
Benediction light!
Eternal
devastation!
Raging Storm!
Eternal devastation!
Lightning over here!
Eagle ray!
Feel! I am
Here I come!
Light accelerating!
You're mine! Rising Wyvern!
Shall break this night.
This one's all mine!
Now you see what I can do!
Not today!
This one's mine!
Blood!
By the bloody howling! This one's mine!
You're mine! No escape!
Nothing gets by me! Here's a hero! More of that! Illumination!
Sir.
Another incantation ruin. Take this! Now you see what I can do! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. We won.
Out of our way!
I'm grateful.
Your reflexes will not serve you well here.
Here I
Holy
go!
land! Not in your dreams! Freeze Lancer! I'm ready to go!
Demon Fang!
Double
Demon Fang!
Far enough! In here! This one's mine! Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block! Benediction light. Double Demon Fang! Burn!
Sleep now!
Sonic thrust! Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help?
Swallow Blade!
I'll work it. I can't heal you forever!
Rising Water! Stardust! You're on! Shockwave Slash!
I'll make this one! By the power of water!
Dragon Swarm!
Dance
Explosive
in
Ring!
the wind! Air thrust! Light astral dance in the wind! Here! I'll be ready by this one! And a Gemini Aqua!
Swallow Blade! Demon Fang!
Ready,
Double
ready,
Demon
reload.
Fang!
Go get it! Magic is in! Over here! Here! Complete power! Primed and ready!
Rising Wyvern!
Gemini Aqua!
Mirage!
Lightning!
Shockwave! I'm ready! Demon Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Engaging storm! I never miss!
You're mine!
I'm pretty worn out.
Want to rest up for a bit?
Discourteous, aren't you?
Ignite!
Not on my watch! How long are we gonna keep this up for, Assassin? Let me help! Air dance!
Rising Storm!
Glacial spear!
You're mine!
In the wind!
Sword Ring! Sonic thrust! Sword Ring Alpha!
Gale Force! Lunar Dragon! Lunar Blast!
Elusive Deity! Hurricane thrust! Tempting! Damn it! You picked the wrong fight!
Tornado
Draw! Anything in armor is
Now!
Now!
Darling! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
I've used a bit too much healing.
A little help!
Beckon with that everlasting
Negative
Resonate with the earth!
Water!
Still
Holy
alive!
land!
On your knees!
Double Demon Fang!
Trying to keep up with a wall! Lightning! Here goes! Illuminate the dark! Into the shadows!
You're mine!
No storm shall break this night!
Double Demon Fang! Incineration Light!
And more than can offer out!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave!
That'll bring you down. This is it.
Can't get out of this! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Burn! I'll smash you!
Supernova!
Soaring light spear!
Now! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
Gotta break
Here's
through!
a healing
Oh,
orb.
my lord! Try harder!
I can't let the hatred consume me!
It's do or die!
Eternal devastation!
Holy land!
Eternal devastation! Take this! Yours to be let free! Ignite! Anything in order is all mine! Eternal devastation! Demon Fang! I can carve through armor! Far enough!
Radiant Pierce! Here I go!
Demon Fang! Get in the way!
Where you go?
Fire support! Mission!
There! Not on my watch! Demon Flame!
You picked the wrong fight! Elusive deity! Hurricane Thrust! Soaring Thrust! Hurricane Thrust!
Radiant Pierce!
Double Demon Fang!
Holy land!
Listen to it!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! We're not finished! No further! Eternal devastation!
Dolan! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action! Looks like we won.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you. And I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danan astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegus. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What? I've never known Faria to control noodles like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master sword?
Where did you get our hands on that?
First we handle the zoo. Then we get some answers.
Here goes!
Let's go.
Bring you down. Don't suffer. Back you! Not in your dreams.
Take this! No further!
Not
now, not ever!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane Thrust! Rising Water!
Armor won't save you! Air pressure!
Turtle Demon Fang! Internal Devastation! Wide open!
It won't escape me! I'll face you!
You picked the wrong fight!
Reflect on thy sins. They smite with black blade!
Internal Devastation! Totally! In an instant!
Go.
Impact Block!
Boom.
Here goes! Not in your dreams!
Internal Devastation!
That move!
Here comes the big one! Ignite! Internal Devastation!
Negative state!
Internal Devastation! Internal Devastation!
Take this!
Ready and clear! A whirling struggle! Magic is there! Into the corridor!
I'm nearly done for.
In here! If it's in the sky, it's mine! I'll never fail! Raging Here goes! Not in your dreams! I'm almost impressed! I said almost, don't get carried away.
Ignite!
Take this!
It's about to strike! I'm all
Look sharp, everyone!
in here!
Try harder!
Here!
Turtle Demon Fang!
Feel!
Denied!
Need to pull myself together.
Smite with blackened blade!
Sleep now. I'm all packed up.
Another incantation ruined!
Demon Fang!
Anything normal.
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down. Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnagin, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzalik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almeidria. As for Tarnagin, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on. What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
Nice.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the Thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns. Just will have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens, I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I... Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. Curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Alphen. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... if I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes. And this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then, Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony, the purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Dahnan voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a maiden in Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
Oh.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
Is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
That's quite
Yo.
some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store. Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself. Reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Yo, Red Woman.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Elsie. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point.
Let's go, let's go.
Before this gets out of hand. Try harder! Even bang!
Radiant here! Lunar corruption!
No further!
By the power of water!
Double
Annihilation!
demon fang!
Here!
Double demon fang!
Steel force!
Double demon fang!
Incantation ruined.
In here! Freeze laser! Here, let me help! Photon blast!
Eat dirt!
Dance in the wind!
Hurricane blood!
Photon blast! Raging power of water! Mega ray! By the power of water!
Rotating pile
Mix
it to it!
Warning! Double demon! Raging star!
Double demon!
Being interrupted.
Power of water! Mega ray!
Double demon fang! Try harder!
Where are you going?
Demon fang!
Lightning and death! Thunderblade! Searing
Listen to it! Double demon fang!
Here's the flame of fury!
The flame inside me! You're
Here's the evil!
You picked the wrong one!
Freeze
In a
laser!
bind?
Here's the healing!
Carve through armor!
Double demon fang!
I'm ready!
Double demon fang!
Lunar corruption!
Double demon fang! The flame inside me!
Lightning orb!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Resonate with the earth!
Double demon fang! Burn in hell!
Rending you apart!
Double demon fang!
Not on my watch!
Double demon fang!
Here's a healing arm!
Double demon!
First
I'm in
aid!
your death scream.
Bloody Ignite!
I'll bring you down! Now you see what I can do!
Double demon fang!
Nothing here! Raising you up! More for the
Double
top
demon
pile.
fang! Burn in hell! Double demon fang!
Thunder field!
Double demon fang! Try harder!
This is some punishment.
You pay for that!
Not in your dreams! I'll bring you back from
Double
death to
demon
this!
fang!
Resuscitation! Wind after laser!
Take
Fire in the wind! Air thrust!
Double demon
Photon blast!
Save you! Rotating pile driver!
Raging cascade!
Double
Here's the wind!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
This one's all mine!
Blah, 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 that's
Double demon fang!
That'll bring you down! I'm ready!
Burn!
Far enough!
Guess what the doctor ordered?
Double demon fang!
Healing circle! They still
Can't get here!
I couldn't make it in time.
I'll bring you back from
So you have to stir.
No further!
resuscitation! Thunder field! Here! Lightning condemned! Thunder blade! Here goes! By the power of not in your dreams!
Anything normal is all mine!
Thunder blade! Illuminate the dark!
Double demon fang!
Holy land!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Healing circle!
My natural defenses are fading. I'm a sitting duck.
Retreat from this battle.
Retreat? I would never.
Far enough! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glimmer!
Ignite!
Holy land! Lunar
Double demon fang!
Into the
Double demon fang!
I never miss!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Double demon fang! No further! Swallow
Here,
ready
let me
and
help.
rarely!
First aid force!
Carve through armor!
Photon, lightning,
Double
and
demon
radiant
fang!
punch! Here! Illuminate the field! Holy land, not on my watch!
Double demon fang! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here, let me help! First aid!
Nice.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
ancestral energy.
Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What? It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alphen, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Danan are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
It's too late. We can't stay here.
We
Let's go.
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What, those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renasalma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renasalma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah. Not in a good way like with us.
Let's go.
choice! Bring it down! You into dust!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! No chance!
Not denied! By the way of God!
On your double demon fang!
Take this!
You can't get out of this! Rising Wyvern!
Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
You managed to pull through.
Get lost! Lightning condemned!
Severing wind!
Thunderblade!
I can carve through armor!
Illuminating
This one's all mine!
Leave the agile one.
Healing circle!
On demon fang! I'm ready!
Mercy! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Photon!
On your knees!
Illuminate the
Don't get carried away!
Holy lyric flame!
Heal! Thanks!
Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning!
Try harder!
Glacial field! Pierce evil!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Try harder!
One more!
Double prepare to be sealed! Double demon fang!
Captivity! Mega red! Here, let me help! Can't
It's
be
trouble!
where that came from!
Anything in armor is all mine! Crush! Eat dirt!
By the power of water!
Eternal devastation!
Lightning and
Double demon fang!
Illuminate magic is there! Hold
Step back! This one's all law!
Go.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright, or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like... oh, I don't know. Musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits. Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done... it without your words of encouragement. Atla.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
Let's go.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renis Alma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Attack talaga, sir.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
good, sir.
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
A flower of oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Go.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
Big dog.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrecht 35.
Hevrecht 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helgenquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helgenquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true Sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this Great Spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrek 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevric 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Daeg Faisal with Hevric 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Heverick 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil, and the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, The reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. Why don't we all take some time to think things over?
That's a good idea. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely So let's go ahead and break off for now. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while...
I'll go along with you.
Sounds good.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
Oh, it's you two.
I still...
I apologize for making...
You mean hearing the origins of the Renan?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's...
Well, it sounds like
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Shion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's Great Spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Up. Minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the Thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the Great Astral Spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die. That we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the Great Astral Spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns could be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the Great Astral Spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hedrick 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we'll...
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Dahnans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Dahnans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Dahnans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do.
Kill me.
Like Hevrecht 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
The Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Xion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Xion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Xion,
No, You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate, ever. Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own pace.
Demon in here! Glacial
Take this!
The enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon see about that!
Go.
I shall ensure you survive this.
harder! Now! Eternal Devastation! Eat this!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you! Illuminate the dark! Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Lightning condemned!
It's on!
Thunder blade!
Burn in hell!
Arc heal!
Hurricane thrust!
Thanks for the healing. watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too. Do it! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Dahnan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control.
You...
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
I can dare you!
Far enough! I'm not so good with airborne particles.
Ignite!
Freeze laser!
Can't get out of this! Mind freak! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Come on!
Holy
I'm not done!
Hitting Turtle Devastation! Hey! Blow them away!
Dance in the wind!
More Shuko?
Keep calling, take them down!
You picked the wrong fight!
Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane Thrust! Do it! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Oh, violent!
Hurricane Thrust! Hold nothing back! Hitting Turtle Devastation! Now you see what I can do!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life! On
Illuminate the dark! I never miss!
Burn! Hurricane Thrust!
Do it!
Hurricane Thrust!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you! Do it! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Everlasting! My turn!
We got you!
Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane Thrust!
That'll bring you down!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
More?
Oh, violent darkness!
No further! It's Turtle Devastation! Double Demon Fang! You picked the wrong fight!
I'm out of it! Back into my
It's Turtle Devastation! Dragon Form! Take this! I'll smash you! Elusive deity! Crush!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Glacial
More?
Spear!
Hurricane Thrust!
Nothing gets by me!
Here I come! Hurricane Rage! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
More everlasting Turtle Devastation!
Here!
It's denied!
Let's get you all tucked away! I'll work magic command! Sleep now! This'll come in handy!
Victory is within reach.
Dig deep, and we can do this!
Cut this further, little one.
Where are you going? Not on my watch!
In a bind?
Go.
Easter!
Do it! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes. A merry distraction.
There's still more to go!
Double Demon Fang! It's Turtle Devastation! Take this!
I'm out of ammo!
Now you see what I can do! It's Turtle Devastation! Bloody hard!
Healing
It's Turtle Devastation!
Sorry.
Bad, right?
Yes, Alphen! Very bad!
I don't feel so good.
Sleep now!
Ignite! Not a chance! More? Far enough!
I'm out of this one's mine!
Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane Thrust!
I'm ready!
Hurricane Thrust!
in the sky, it's mine! You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both. Not on my watch! Mega Ray! Back into the fray!
Not today!
Do it! Dance in the wind! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
Dance in the wind!
Take this!
In here!
Negative shoulder!
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zeugles? Somehow.
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, and if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite. Given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrecht 35 about it sometime.
This will be a delicious piece of cake!
I'll smash you! Here I come! Eternal devastation! Crush! Healing circle! Eternal devastation!
Be careful not to overdo it.
Jolene! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action! A merry distraction.
There's still more to go!
Hurricane, this one's all mine! Hurricane 4! Eternal devastation! You picked the wrong fight!
Banana, let's go!
Eternal devastation! Eternal devastation!
Ready and ready! Lunar
Double demon fang!
Let the marksman handle this!
Begin! I'm ready! Kill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Ready!
Eternal devastation! They smite with blood! I'm
Let's do
ready!
this! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Only the best materials in your garments.
You really do have quite the discerning eye, Dohalim.
Yeah, they all kind of look the same to me.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way!
This'll make us even more formidable.
Go no further!
Right inside me! To be let free!
Thunder Field
Can't get out
Healing
of sight! It can hide
Not
itself?
on my watch!
Amazing!
In the soil.
Awaken and
Can't be
return!
Radiant Shield! Here I go! Go! Mega Ray! Can't be Here's a healing arm! Dance in the wind! In there!
I've been hit with something! Not too.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Radiant Shield!
Eternal devastation! Now I can let loose!
Another incantation ruined.
Anything in armor is all mine! I'm ready! This one! Healing Shield! Where are you going? More
Eternal
for the
devastation!
I may have bit off more than I could chew.
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Forgive me.
Stay away from my friend! Ignite!
Hold on to your
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
The fluidity of our movements are simply incredible.
Eternal devastation!
Anything in armor is all mine!
No further! Time to let it rip!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Coming through. I shall ensure you survive this.
Sleep now. Illuminate the dark. It's in the shadows. Raging Do it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end this now!
I'm right beside you.
I'm ready!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Searing flame. Reload.
No dawn shall break.
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
The normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Now you see what I can do!
Hurricane Blast!
Our surgeon through me!
Hurricane Blast!
Nothing gets by me!
Ignite!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
You going? There you go! Don't let up! Radiant, field!
Try harder!
the best motivation.
Here I come!
I'll beat you! Not today!
Please now!
Denied!
Holy Land!
I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more! That astral energy was incredible!
I gave it everything I had. This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
This looks nice and tough.
Benediction. Sleep now. Get on in there with the others.
Take this!
More where that came from. Raging storm. Here goes. Healing
In a
circle.
vine?
Not on my watch.
Eternal devastation! Not today!
Astral energy. Far enough. Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? It looks like, yeah, you feel. Maybe do. I'm out of ammo.
Eternal devastation!
Bananas, let's go.
Double demon back! Ignite! Double demon back!
There you go.
I'll smash you!
Mega Ray. Eat dirt. Where are you going? Hey, one at a time.
No further!
Eternal devastation! I'm ready! Eternal devastation! You picked the wrong fight! Here I come!
In the soil. Awaken and
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart. That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight it. This won't be easy.
Don't be such a pessimist.
this one's all mine! That buff is driving you mad!
airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Time to let it rip! Here I go! Sword Blade Alpha! Lightning Flash! Rising Wyvern! Come on! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Lunar Corruption!
Flaming Thrust! Rising
I never miss!
No further!
I'm going to need to use all
I thought you were going to wreck the place.
I'm not nearly finished yet.
Then I'll provide assistance however I can.
as impressive as always.
Where I hope to
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Sion actually look clustered.
Be still! Rising Falcon!
Holy Land!
Flash! Sonic Thrust! Try harder!
Whirling struggle! I can't hold on much longer! Where are you going?
Armor won't save you!
Demon Lash! Will this feel?
Eternal devastation! Demon Fang!
Need to put right now.
Take this!
This is
Incineration Wave!
Here comes!
Okay, here I come! Dragon Sonic Thrust! Dragon Swarm! Pierce through! Sonic Pistol! Eat dirt!
Healing circle! Firing Demon Lash! Lightning Orb!
Eagle Ray!
One at a time!
Severing Wind!
It looks like you got this one covered!
Armor won't save you! Everlasting Shock!
Victory is within reach.
Dig deep, and we can do this!
Trust and serve your little one.
In here!
Eternal devastation!
This'll come in handy!
Fear.
Time to let it rip! Eternal devastation! You picked the wrong
Bring you
fight!
down.
For the win! Eternal devastation! Negative again! Eternal devastation!
Now, Joleen! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action. A merry distraction.
There's still more to go!
Try harder!
Ready to go!
Begin!
Kick it off! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
journey is started.
Here I go!
In a bind?
Careful! Have some kind of camouflage! Not in your dreams!
You're mine! This one's all mine!
In
an instant! Impact Cross! Hope we work well together.
It's finally time for
Resonate with the Rising Wyvern! Rising Phoenix! You're mine! Bloody Howling!
Healing Circle!
Double Demon Fang!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Leave the choices to me! Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Slash!
Denied!
Sonic
If it's in the
Thrust!
sky, it's mine!
Eternal Devastation!
Double
Demon Fang! Burn in hell! Double Demon Fang!
In your death, Dohali. And tonight's meal is on you. You've got it.
In here!
Hurricane Thrust!
Here I go!
I'll smash you! Take this! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Not in your dreams!
Hurricane Thrust! Tear!
Lightning Orb! Illuminated Sword! Holy Land!
Ignite! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Double Demon Fang!
Denied!
Eternal Devastation!
Dohali, I'm alright. Still standing.
Fire complete focus! Shattering!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Now you see what I can do!
Shut him down.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
These two.
That's some power. Or you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
What do you think this place was for? Ah!
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegus. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedures somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
Go. Dying answer.
What is with all the huge lumbering beasts lately?
No ordinary dude! That much is damn sure! Watch yourself! All bets are off when it comes to this thing! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear!
No further! Hurricane thrust! Tear! Everlasting dark! Negative gate! Not on my watch! It looks like you got this one covered.
Its head is its weak point? We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Pieces! Attack time!
On your knees.
Arts require complete focus. I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Hurricane thrust! Hurricane thrust!
Light acid to the way!
Internal devastation! Here I come! I'm not done!
Chinese supernova!
Elite
There you go!
Take this!
Fire thrust!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! Double demon fang! Captivity!
Lunar corruption!
All mine! Begin!
Annihilation! Lightning! Downfall!
Now you see what I can leave the soaring blade!
Photon flash! On field!
Far enough!
Photon field! Hit! Not on my watch! That's on the way! Lightning will raise you cascade!
Awaken and recall! Magical dash! Take this! Eternal devastation!
Here! Send you off out the way! All disasters may walk!
Ready to go! Take this!
Take it! Into the ground!
Double deep! Right on the way! Pieces! Attack time!
The sky is mine! Illuminate the dark! Do it!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I'm all
Dragon
stopped up!
swarm!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy land! Holy land!
Leave the torches to me! Far enough! Ignite! Take this! Crush!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy land! Don't mind if I do!
In a bind!
Hurricane
Such unadulterated fury!
Hurricane strike!
Armor won't save you! Hurricane strike!
Sleep now!
Hurricane strike! Rending you a bloody holiday! You picked the wrong fight! Hurricane strike! Another incantation ruined! Double demon fang! Okay, double demon fang! Stay away from my friend!
Far enough! Eat dirt! Resuscitation! This one's mine!
I healed myself. Eternal devastation!
That's been a bit much.
Begin! Double demon fang!
Healing circle! I owe you. It's about to strike! Lunar corruption!
Starve everyone! I can carve through armor!
Annihilation!
Eternal devastation! Double demon fang!
Annihilation!
Take this! Eternal devastation!
I don't feel like my usual self. Are you alright?
Let me handle this one.
So sorry to disappoint you.
Here I come!
Double demon fang!
Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark! Come holy land!
Eternal devastation!
Blood!
Raising you a bloody
Illuminate the dark! Come
Eternal
forth, holy
devastation!
quiver! Holy land!
Being interrupted.
Far enough! Lunar corruption!
On your
Dance in the wind!
Such unadulterated fury!
Steel force!
Shattering pieces! Attack time!
Holy quiver!
Didn't think you had it in you.
Focus. There'll be time to congratulate me later.
Nothing much I can say to that.
To be let free. Come on!
Flame of fury! Burning strike! We natural energy! Steel
Sister, forgive me. This is my fault.
Feel!
Resuscitation!
Feel the medicine working.
Not done yet!
Eternal devastation!
Elusive deity! Here comes the big one! Death on the way!
Hear that in your dreams!
Eternal devastation! You'll pay for that! Double demon fang!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Burn in hell!
This one's mine!
Eternal devastation!
Will this help? Sleep now!
Eternal devastation! Bloody shattering the pieces! Attack time!
Annihilation! Illuminate the dark!
Eternal devastation!
Holy land!
yourself finished!
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the Sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests.
What do you mean?
You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dope William's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
You trying to...
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are, at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Everything... Topsy-turvy, and that's all you can think about?
Bear in mind.
I won't forgive you!
Double Demon Fang! I'll thank you.
Lightning raging cascade!
Take this! In a vine? A thrilling performance. Not today!
Annihilation! More exercise!
Shattering heat!
Exploit the enemy's weakness!
I have no limits!
Keep charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
That'll bring you down! Illuminate that! It looks like you got this one covered! Raging Storm!
Eternal devastation!
In a vine?
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Awaken and wreak havoc!
Illuminate the dark!
This one's all mine! Not today! Engulf you!
I've used too much.
You're mine!
Eternal
devastation!
Do it! Freeze Lancer!
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers too.
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dana's Great Spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dana's Great Spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dana's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dana exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dana's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
I know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's Great Spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Renasalma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
That shows how deeply we've ventured into Rena.
And how close we've come to the real enemy.
Reflect on that. Might be black and blade. I'll take you all on. It's go time. Eternal devastation. I can shatter any steel. Don't mind if I do. I'm ready. Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade. More sequels. Take calm and take them down. I can carve through armor. This one's all mine. Burn.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go. Reinforcements.
Everlasting dark. Victory is within reach.
Dig deep, and we can do this. Now, get toasty.
Burn strike. Take this.
Illuminate the dark.
Rise and phoenix.
Holy glimmer.
Say more, or I'll burn out.
Let us do it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished. More? Be still. Rising falcon.
Leave the enemy's arts to me. Do it. Astral energy. Full throttle.
More? This one's all mine. Everlasting dark. Negative gate. Spirits within the soil. Awaken and reconnect. Rising wyvern. Rising phoenix.
Here's the evil.
Swallow blade.
Take this. Do it. Astral energy. Full throttle. A flawless victory.
Rising wyvern.
Naturally.
I'll smash you. No further. Take
Only
this.
the
I'm not done. Sword Rain Alpha. I'm ready. Commander of Heaven. Phoenix Cyclone.
There.
More?
One more.
Far enough.
Watch them turn.
You picked the wrong fight.
Healing
Dragon Swarm. I'm ready.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished. More?
Dance in the wind.
Take this.
Here, thrust.
Raining Slash. Eternal devastation. Rising wyvern.
Stream elements. Chatted. Yo, what's up, Panuka? Hello. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the alert. How are you, po? Hello po, Miss Tani.
Now, this ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
I'll heal you all. Oh,
Armor won't save you!
Healing
Dragon Floor!
Laser Spear! Here's Evo!
Sorry,
Take this!
that helps. Scream.
Rising Blood! Bloody Hurricane Thrust!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and reach! Double Demon Fang!
Hold on to your heart! Here I
Double
come!
Demon Fang!
Do it! Astral Energy!
Say no more!
Shot!
Well done!
Here I come! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
That'll bring you down!
I'm ready!
Kizara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
The Zeugles here are putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here.
The astral energy here is so dense. It's like trying to walk through water.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
What's the matter, Rinwell? Are you not feeling all right?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah. It's like when I made contact with Dana's will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
Rinwell!
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear? What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think.
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed!
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really, really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants. How it feels. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dana and Rena were meant to be one world. But that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
What do you mean, one world? How is that even possible?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dana's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
So it's trying to absorb Dana while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
The Great Spirit is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted, like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dana, respectively. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all six. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dana and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, then they must also be trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you. Something wasn't adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
If that's all true, then... well, it's more than a little ironic.
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
Shion.
I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong like you said, does that really make everything okay?
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dana and no Rena, no masters or slaves, no lords, no crown contest, maybe just peace.
of you!
Anything in armor is all mine! Now you see what I can do!
I'll shoot them out of the sky!
Aim for the wrist spot.
I'm ready! Eternal devastation!
Healing illuminate the
Double demon fang!
Far enough!
Now we're not no further! Eternal devastation! Ignite!
Here, let us heal! It looks like you got this one covered!
Eternal devastation!
Photon blast! Got it! Now's our chance!
Take this!
Wind
Armor won't save you!
Raging storm!
Astral Arts?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Hear me! Flame of fury!
Easter!
Tree blazer!
Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Lunar corruption! Illuminate the dark! Holy
You're mine!
Begin!
You require a hand. Can't get out of bed! Okay, here I come.
Far enough!
Rising Wyvern! Soaring blast! Hurricane thrust! Tear! Hurricane thrust! Tear! Take this! Now you see what I can do! It's on! Easter! Hurricane thrust! Tear! Tear!
Illuminate the dark! Transform! Holy glimmer! Holy land! Dance in the wind! Feel! The sky is mine!
Soaring blast! No further!
Showtime!
You're mine!
Breaking storm!
Ready and ready!
There you go!
I can carve through armor! Far enough! Resonate with the air! All mine! On your
Illuminate the dark!
You're mine! You picked the wrong fight!
Holy land! Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart. Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere. It's impressive to look at as a bystander, but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean. There are no fish here. I couldn't cook any of my delicious dinners for you all.
discourteous tongue. Double demon fang!
How odds of being interrupted?
Double demon fang!
Ice in the wind!
Double demon fang!
Burning
Continue on! Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Negative hit! Eternal devastation!
Raging storm!
Sorry.
In a vine?
Coming through! Ha! Mount! Scarlet Inferno! Ha! Burn!
I never miss!
Rising Wyvern!
Denied!
Take this!
Coming through!
Hurricane
Not on my watch! Annihilation!
Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Illuminate the dark!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! You picked the wrong fight! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Take this! I can carve through armor! Hurricane Thrust! Can you take it?
That's my cue!
Shut him down! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear!
That'll bring you down!
Hurricane Thrust!
Illuminate
Not today!
Here, let me help!
Hurricane
There you go!
Hurricane
Don't let up!
Hurricane
Glacial spear!
Eternal devastation! Try harder!
Hold on,
Double demon fang!
Here I come! Do it! Astral energy!
Full throttle!
I've used a bit too much healing.
This will be a delicious piece of cake! Any more of this and I'll burn out! Raging Cat, not on my watch! Swallow Blade! Now you see what I can do! Reload! Illuminati promises the next week! Stalagmite! Onward! Eternal devastation! Air pressure!
Thanks for the healing. Watch your back, okay? Yeah, you too.
Flame inside me, yours to be let free!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar! Raging Cascade! Ready to go!
Eternal devastation!
Take
this! Out of ammo! Magic is in! It's too much! Healing art! First aid! Double Demon Fang! Mega Ray! I'm ready! Raging Storm! Sword Flight! Hold nothing back! This should do it! First aid!
Thanks, Kisara!
Armor won't save you! Another incantation ruined! Eternal devastation!
Light Astrolator! Art Steel! Don't mind if I do! Illuminate the door!
Eternal devastation!
Illuminate the door!
Eternal devastation!
Handle it!
Forgive me. This is my fault. No further! Try harder! Try harder! Double This one's all mine! Ignite! Anything in armor is all mine!
Where are you going?
I'll smash you!
There you go! Don't let up! Burning Astrolator!
There!
Devastation! By the power of water!
Double Demon Flame! The flame inside me, yours to be let free!
Ready to go!
Eternal devastation! Can't get out of this!
Denied! You got this one covered!
Eternal resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! Eternal devastation! Anything in armor is all mine! Bloody armor! Eternal devastation!
Fear! Pierce evil!
Burn!
Freeze laser! Thunder field!
I couldn't make it in time.
Lightning orb! This one's mine! Where are you going? Illuminate the top! Magic! Hold require complete focus! I can feel the medicine working. Lunar corruption! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! By the power of water! Guess what the doctor ordered?
Eternal devastation!
Get out of this! Magic is
Armor won't save you!
Lunar corruption! Holy land! By the power of water! Mega ray!
You're mine! Negative gate!
Laser spear! Pierce evil!
Blackened blade!
Freeze laser!
Eternal devastation!
Lunar corruption! Thunder field! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
Resonate with the earth! Save you!
Stay calm.
In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed blow.
Move away! Denied! I'm ready! All yours, Kisara! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Coming through! Eternal devastation! Eternal devastation! Demon Fang! Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! Demon Fang!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and rebuild! Demon Fang! It's time! Ignite! Hurricane Thrust! I can carve through one! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Nothing gets right in!
I need something.
You need to be healed.
While the mighty have fallen.
Take this! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right.
Bloody, this one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Good! I'll leave it to you! Demon Fang! This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight! Heal!
This will come in handy.
Crush! Eternal devastation!
Being interrupted.
Here's a healing Leave the charges! Leave the enemy's arms to me!
No pain!
Perhaps now isn't the time?
In a bind? You'll find no mercy!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
They really made us work for that one.
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's great spirit?
Most likely. But only a small fragment of it in the big picture. I don't sense a will of its all emanating from them.
If it's that insignificant, is there that much point getting rid of it?
What do you want to do about that big one?
The sword-wielding Zuko? And not just one, but four! It thinks 2 extra hands is enough to beat me. It's sorely mistaken!
Let's just focus on what's important.
I'll smash you!
Lightning Illumination!
This is looking good. Now I can let loose.
Into the shadow! Wind astral energy! Raging cascade!
Turtle Demon Fang!
Magic is there! Feel!
Not today!
In a bind?
Turtle Demon
There
Fang!
you go! Don't let up!
A thrilling performance.
I'll smash you!
Such unadulterated fury. Spirits within the soil.
Turtle Demon Fang!
Thou art being
I have no limits!
If it's in the sky, don't leave me! I never miss! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! I can't heal you forever! Searing flame! Reload! Will this help?
Take this! Demon
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Far enough!
Turtle Demon Fang!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Here's a healing art! Here,
That did it!
Double Demon Fang!
from death to bit!
Bathed in blood. I don't know what another incantation will.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Double Demon Fang!
Take this!
Breaking Storm!
Eternal Devastation!
I'm not in your dreams!
Dance on the wind! Now you see what I can do!
Crush!
Burning Sun! Reaction energy!
Double Demon Fang!
Handle this!
Far enough!
Steel Force! Mega Ray!
Not
Eternal
resonate with the earth! In a bind? Awakening!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Photon Blast! Dance to the wind! Ready in here! Get out of here with the spear! Breaking Storm!
Eat them! Stay away from my friends!
The enemy is going all out!
You may be strong, but I'll never back down!
Far enough! All the power of my healing art to accomplish this. Oh, violent darting wind! Carve round the long field! I'm ready! That'll bring you down!
Double Demon Fang! Eternal Devastation! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
All mine! You can blow my flame!
Mega Ray! Focus your attack!
Resonate with the earth! The last one! I can carve through water!
Magic is out! Sleep now by the power of water! When it's almost in the bag!
Not done yet. Just falling back.
Then it's time for you to do what you do best!
I won't lose. Not now, not ever. I owe you one. Far enough! With the earth! I'm gonna need more than this.
Sleep now!
Double Demon Fang! Try harder!
Thunder Field!
Eat dirt!
They're not playing around!
Eternal Devastation!
Can't get out of this!
Shining Supernova!
Benediction light.
Ready and ready! Heal!
Everyone, get back! It's too dangerous! This one's mine! Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark fury!
Resonate with the earth!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar!
Benediction light.
Armor won't save you!
Okay,
Here, try harder! Double Demon Fang!
Flame of Fury! Glacial Spear!
Far enough!
It looks like you got this now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Got rid of the sword!
Looks like I won after all!
Except it doesn't look like that thing's finished yet. Not by a long shot.
Mirage! Double Demon Fang!
In the soil.
Ignite!
Flame of Fury!
Can't get out of this!
Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil!
Anything in armor is all mine! I
Blazer!
can carve through armor!
Eternal Devastation!
Take that! Magic is out!
No dawn can break this night!
Outstanding form! I never miss!
Okay, move!
Don't give up! Holy down! Glacial Spear!
Not done yet! Eternal shattering to pieces! Attack! Crush! Eternal devastation! I'm not done! Here I come! Double demon back! Bloody
Alright, it's showtime!
Awakening
All the power of my healing arts to accomplish this. Holy Light! Rinwell! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Eternal devastation!
Here I come!
Crush! Ignite!
Tempest Swirl!
Eternal devastation!
Corruption!
Crush!
Photon Blast!
Eternal devastation! Prepare to be
In a bind?
Nothing gets by me!
The enemy is going all out! I'm ready!
I'll blind you with a
Holy Land!
Eternal devastation!
Mega Ray!
Crush!
That'll bring you down!
Fluidity of your movement is incredible. I couldn't make it in time.
From beyond,
I'm going to
imbue
need
this
all the
vanquished
power of
soul.
my healing arts to
From
accomplish
beyond,
this.
imbue this vanquished soul.
Resurrection!
Resuscitation.
Not done yet!
Here's a healing art!
Eternal devastation! Try harder! Eternal
Laser
devastation!
spear. Pierce evil!
Resonate with you! Double demon fang! Try harder! Double demon fang!
Ready and rare! Now you see what I can do!
Eternal devastation! Not today!
Hurricane
Throttle!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my
Hurricane
healing arts to
In a
accomplish
bind?
this.
I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
We got some good equipment!
I can't say it. Its appearance is to my tastes, personally.